In. How is it going? Everyone, welcome to Gran Turismo 4. I'm right at the end of the Nurburgring endurance because the idea of today is doing the Formula Championship, so I wanted to show the unlock of the car that you're gonna use for it. I gotta assume that once you cross the finish line, this is over, right? Will be, yeah, there you go. So yeah, this is an actual, or well, was an actual 24-hour endurance, but obviously using the frame limiter, well, unlocking the frame limiter of the emulator, I guess, otherwise this will actually take 24 hours, and I'm not gonna let the PC be turned on for that long, you know? Well, obviously all the opponents are absolute shovers that are not gonna make a problem for the B-Spec driver, so we don't have to worry about that. And here is the Formula Gran Turismo. Not sure if I'm a fan of the color, but it's okay. It's a shame that I don't think you can change it though. Yeah, unbelievable to see this thing being completed. So when we go to this car, I'm curious to see what it says about it, first of all. So, where is it? Did I pass it? I probably passed it, right? I think I might be blind. Oh, there it is. So it has the same horsepower as the Minolta, it seems. I'm not gonna sell it, but I want to see... Oh, it barely has any specifications aside of the weight. That's pretty funny. Alright, get into this. And I don't think you can change anything about this car, right? Also, the B-Spec driver got 773 points just for doing that endurance. No, it seems that no matter where you go, like even if you go to Turner Village or whatever, you cannot change anything about this car. So the only thing left to do is actually do the championship. No other thing to do. Now the problem with this championship is that the races, as you can see, are very long. So I cannot promise... Well, obviously I'm not gonna finish it today, but I mean that I won't promise actually finishing the championship at all. I just want to see how it goes. So I want to see what settings you can change of this, because I'm assuming... So you have... Okay, so that's weird. You have racing wheels, well, racing tires, but you cannot change them, even though it kind of shows that there is an option to do it, but it doesn't seem like you can do shit about that. Same as this, like it shows that there are things, but since you cannot purchase anything, you cannot do anything. Well, that doesn't matter. Let's just get into this. Like, we had enough of an intro already, didn't we? Also, that's... They are very loud cars, though. That's kinda the issue. Hey, how is it going, Kyle? And that's very loud. Holy shit. Very, very loud. Alright. So, the issue is... I don't know... Oh, my bad, sorry. I would have been a catastrophic galaxy in an actual Formula car, but don't worry about it. And that one too. So, first of all, I'm assuming that the way this thing drives is fantastic. Well, it's, yeah, indeed. So, my doubt is, when will I need to pit stop? Because I'm assuming I need to pit stop at the same time as everyone else, right? I don't see how that wouldn't be the case. Also, well, it's a Formula car, so it makes sense, but it has a 7 gear. It's pretty funny. I don't think a single car in this game has a 7 gear aside from this. Well, if I'm not mistaken, modern Formula cars have an 8 gear. Even. You think we're gonna die of old age before finishing Hong Kong? Well, I should probably worry about finishing the the races regularly, like before getting to Hong Kong. Though, for what it seems here, unfortunately, I will have to see what's up with the pit stop, but this seems like it's gonna be completely free. Like, it's gonna be so free that these are essentially just endurances. Like, I don't think there will be much of a challenge on beating these races at all. Like, the only challenge is, oh, okay, getting a little bit fisty there. Seems like he didn't like my comment. Damn, that was weird. Was that the traction control that did that, or what? I mean, no matter what, that chicane always fucks me up, you know. It's not a surprise, but goddamn, just like completely lost control. So I guess the tire management is the only thing that could become a problem here. So unfortunately, you can see my little guy there, like the little driver, that has a racing suit that does not combine with the car at all. But then this is, again, it's not like I particularly mind this color combination, but it feels like there could be so many better colors than this. It's very weird, and even weirder that you cannot change it, but I guess it is the way it is. This is gonna be absolutely free. Aside from the tire management, I don't see any challenge to this. It's just painted, of course. Would be nice. Maybe I should have done this with the Minolta after all. Like, install a turbo kit and put like hard tires for the tire consumption. Also, let me know if the engine sound is too loud, because this is probably the loudest engine that I heard so far in this game. Which makes sense since it's a Formula engine, but it really sounds very loud. The music is unhearable, but you sound okay. Good enough. The music is this engine sound. That's what the music is. I think that this is gonna be more of a collection of endurances more than anything else. It really feels like it. You know, since it's supposed to be a Formula Championship and it's more or less, you know, 15 races. I don't know exactly how many there are in the Formula 1 Championship. I will assume that it's close to that. So maybe something that I could do is do one stream a week of this. Because I feel like doing this all at once is gonna be quite an issue. Like it's gonna be a real problem. I mean, mostly because of the fact that it's gonna be very annoying, since it's basically doing multiple endurances in a row. A Subway Surfers gameplay? I cool. Though I think that this is supposed to be the gameplay, you know? And maybe the main content of the stream is hearing me yapping. I don't know yapping about what precisely, but I feel like this is gonna be free. Like, I don't think that there will be much that I can do to make this less free. I guess outside of disabling the driving aids, or well, maybe not disabling it, like probably keeping the traction control in 1, but like, there is no way these guys are gonna win. Even if they need to pit stop, there is still no way that I don't have enough of an advantage to completely mug them. But I feel like this, I haven't done the Gran Turismo 3 formula with an actual formula, but it seems like the formula cars here, at least the AI, was very heavily nerfed. As in the previous one, I couldn't keep up with the Minolta, but here I could, so I'm not sure. I don't dislike the idea of doing this like once a week or something like that. Like, it's even a nice thing. So if I do that, I will probably also, you know, start a game like Drive Club earlier as well. So I was gonna do it after this, but if I do 6 days or 7, depending on how long it might take, of this thing altogether, it's gonna be a disaster. For me, it's gonna be a disaster. Hey Sunshine, how is it going? Yeah, I'm here doing formula. It's apparently the most broken car in the game. So we're using it for other to race other formulas. Problem is that the other formulas seem like they kinda suck. So I'm gonna pit in on the next lap. Pitting in on the next lap and see how that goes. Yeah, that's the tire being dead, unfortunately. That's the tire. Well, maybe these guys are gonna pit in now. No, they won't. So that's also very important. When are these guys gonna pit in? Because I cannot do one more lap without pitting. That accident was already enough of a proof that my tires are fucking dead. I'm struggling quite a bit here. Alright, we gotta go to pits. Now I wonder if the pit stop is gonna be as fast as an actual formula, because you know that formula pit stops are insanely fast. Alright, on to the pits. Oh, it's even louder in this camera. Alright, so how fast are you gonna do this? I wonder. I want a formula pit stop. Oh, they actually... So I think they do a formula pit stop, but with the difference is that the fuel kinda sucks in how quickly it charges. But the real problem here is that my opponents don't pit stop here. So how is that possible? I mean, I don't think I can buy any tires. Are this guy on hard tires? But I cannot use hard tires, you know? Ah, shit. F1 car kinda looks like an arcade style gameplay. Well, the Formula cars are supposed to have insane downforce in real life, so I guess it makes sense in a way. It's probably like the most arcade car that you can probably have. But now I'm a little bit confused about the pit stops, because if these guys are not gonna pit stop, I'm afraid that I'm gonna have trouble. I guess that's what all the advantage that you can gain is for. Because these guys are not pit stopping. They just refuse to pit stop. Damn, that's crazy. But as I said, I'm not allowed to change the tire type. Like, I have to use medium no matter what. Well, that's a problem because they are also gonna do less pit stops. I pit stop at lap 8, which means that I need to do a grand total of 7 pit stops, I think, yeah. While these guys, if they pit stop here, they will have to do only 5, right? So that's not good. No matter how you look at it, that's very bad. And that's assuming they pit stop here, because maybe they will still keep going, so seems a little bit awkward. How are they conserving their tires so well? But maybe it's precisely the way they drive. They try to drive conservatively. Are you gonna... No. Oh man, this is very bad. They are not pit stopping. How is that possible? Well, we are in trouble, actually. We are in hard trouble. And even worse trouble if they don't pit stop here, because at lap 12 they will only have 4 pit stops. Damn. That's a problem. Because I can guarantee you that with orange tires I cannot do anything. Yeah, no hard R tires allowed. That's a problem. So I'm assuming that what they are doing is simply trying to drift the least, and it's the reason why they are going so slow. Do they expect me to do the same? Maybe they do. But damn, no pit stop. But I mean, eventually they will have to pit stop for fuel. Not to mention that their pit stop should also be longer. Well, okay, they are pitting. So that's a problem. It's... Oh, actually it's lap 11. So if it's lap 11, they will have to pit stop a grand total of 5 times. Which is not ideal, since I will have to pit stop 7 times, but... So that's where the difficulty is gonna be. I need to gain enough distance to not fall behind because of the pit stop. Well, that's an interesting challenge that I was not expecting, but I should be able to do it, I think. And I guess if the idea is to drift less, I can also do less aggressive corners. The moment you do an aggressive corner is the moment that your tires are gonna drift. And I mean drift even if you don't lose control. Like, simply you're gonna consume your tires more. But then that is very crazy to me. I was expecting that we will be in the same condition fully, but no, we are not. So another question is, Since I pit stop in lap 8, I will have to pit stop in lap 16. That's something. Damn. These guys are cheaters. What type of tires are they using? Something tells me that the tires they use are not legal. They are using illegal compounds. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. I guess I'll try to make the corners a lot softer. It really is the only thing I could think of. So that also makes me scared for Gran Turismo 3 as well, because in Gran Turismo 3 what most likely is the case is that it might be hard to even keep up with the opponents, but if to that you add the fact that you have to, you know, be careful about the pit stop strategy, that seems like a problem. I think that at least with this advantage I should be fine. But Tokyo, as I always say, is not a good parameter for anything. Simply because it's the easiest track in the game, pretty much. The next one apparently is Motegi, but I mean, if it's 120 laps, we are probably talking about the oval, right? Well, that's very stupid. Why would you make a formula racing an oval? Like, come on, dude. Ovals are not something that the formula drives on. That's supposed to be IndyCar. Well, since this is not particularly supposed to be exactly specified which formula car is, you know, you could also assume that it's more of an IndyCar, right? I guess. Well, at least it seems that my tire wear right now is not as bad as it was on the first stint, but also not super sure about that. Well, Motegi being the next race makes it so it should be also extremely easy to win. If it's oval Motegi, if it's not oval Motegi, it's a different story. Maybe it tries to mimic the lineup of the World Championship. So if it is like the World Championship, I don't know what the added 5 races, like where they are gonna take part on, right? Now the interesting thing here is that if I manage to withstand until lap 18 before I pit, that means that I could pit in every 9 laps, and that means that I will have 6 pit stops instead of 7. That's slightly better, though honestly having 7 pit stops doesn't really seem that bad. I mean, with this advantage, it really doesn't seem like it should be a problem. In this advantage, I can probably fit 2 pit stops and I will still have more than enough time. Yeah, I'm gonna pit stop now, I don't care. This advantage is way more than enough to keep these guys behind me. I mean, I almost have 1 minute of advantage, you know? On to the pits then. I almost put keep current. That would have been a monumental fail. I just wanted to see if there were other options there, but no. No other options. That's fucked up. It's fine. Come on. I also wonder why they don't have the animation here. Maybe they didn't have time to animate the formula thingy. It could be. It's a possibility. Like maybe you never know how the development of these games is. Like maybe the pit stop animation is something that they added at the very end of the development cycle. So when it came to giving it to the formula, they didn't have enough time, maybe. So it feels weird, guys. Seems like it shouldn't be that hard, right? But maybe what they didn't have is the model for like the, well, however you call that, for the tire slot. Because I mean, these things have very weird looking tires, wheels. So maybe they didn't want to model anything extra. A little bit lazy, if you ask me. Yeah, that's fine. Ah, shit. Man, come on. You cannot afford to do stuff like that. Like, we need to keep the advantage here. Damn it. I mean, I know that a mistake like that is not gonna be a problem, but come on, dude. Well, in any case, how was everyone's day? So you know that we're gonna be here for a while, so if you have anything interesting to share, I'll appreciate it. I personally don't really have anything interesting to share, though. You got a cold? Yeah, that sucks. Hopefully you can get better. It is what it is. Colds are sometimes they have no mercy. Well, here, and well, probably where you are too, the heat is coming back. Like, the heat is slowly but surely coming back, to the point that wearing this coat that I'm wearing right now is kinda like feels a little bit hot right now. Probably have to take it off. I'm on holiday, I'm doing absolutely nothing. Well, that's nice. I mean, that's what you gotta do on holiday. That's the best thing to do on holiday, if you ask me. Ah, fuck. Well, you could try playing Gran Turismo 4, you know? Never a bad idea. Might be a nice experience. I mean, I wouldn't recommend you to go for this Formula Championship, though. Doesn't seem like the best idea, honestly. Okay, I'm taking that corner badly multiple times now. Gotta step it up. Guess that piano is a little bit too deadly. Just a tiny bit. I need to make sure I keep the advantage up. I can get into Gran Turismo. I do want to try Drive Club. I will say that there is a, if I'm not mistaken, a mode in Drive Club that allows you to play with casual controls, but I wouldn't say that Drive Club is insanely easier to drive than Gran Turismo. I mean, in Gran Turismo it obviously depends on the car, but Drive Club I don't think it's that easy to drive. I mean, it's obviously an arcade racing game, so it doesn't try to be realistic, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's easy. Ride the championship with the Minolta? Yeah, surely a good idea. Now see, the problem is that with the Minolta, we will have the same problem with pit stopping as this, but it will be even worse because we wouldn't be able to get the insane advantage that we are getting here, you know? That will be the main issue. That will be the problem. Then why am I drifting so much? My tires are not even doing that badly. What's going on? Is this car bad from factory? Is that what's going on? It might be. It might be what's going on. If you want to get into an arcade racing game that is not hard to drive, well, and that is not Ridge Racer, because I'm assuming you already play them, you could try, you know, something like Forza. It depends on which Forza though. A lot of Forzas you can make the driving quite realistic, but you can also make it completely arcade if you want to. That's the good thing about Forza. It has a lot of customization options. You can do a lot of that. I thought Forza was more simulator. I mean, it can be either. It's kind of like Gran Turismo in that regard, but at least the Forza that I play that is Motorsport 6, you can make the driving very arcade-like. The same way you can do the opposite, of course. Yeah. Forza you can adjust exactly how you want the game to feel. Oh, that's interesting. Everyone made a pit stop except for one guy. For real. We have a hero here, huh? Someone wants to become a hero? Is that what's going on? I will pit stop right now, but I should pit stop in 24. Promise that tire is a little bit too orange for me right now. A little bit scared. But the idea is pit stopping every 8 laps. The idea is to not make it worse than it already is. In fact, actually, now that I think about Forza is also a game series I should play on stream. It's just that with all the racing games that I'm thinking of playing, might not be the best idea to go that hard on so many racing games, you know. Maybe better to have a little bit more space in between them. And then we have the final one making a pit stop. And I have to make a pit stop too. I'm gonna be with you in a moment. Wait for me. He's probably not gonna wait for me. But it's fine. I don't want you anyways. Alright. Unfortunately, because of the speed limit, we're not gonna cross paths. That's a shame. It is what it is. Okay. Fill the tank, please. We have full tank. And off we go. That yellow car seems to be doing better than the other ones. Pretty interesting. You're definitely not doing better than me though. That's a given. That's obviously a given. Also, it is a pretty fitting song for this. Not listening, not anymore. Well, yeah, with this engine sounds, you're definitely not gonna be listening shit. Ah, shit. Yeah, not listening indeed. I am thinking of what game to play after this one, because the idea is that before I go into Drive Club, the idea will be to play something like, I don't know, Majora's Mask, since last time I played Ocarina of Time. It's just that I'm still not sure how to engage with this championship, because I'm still not sure how interesting some of the races will be. So far it seems that even though my pitting in strategy is different. Did you ever beat Ocarina of Time? Yeah. Yeah, of course I did. I mean, I wouldn't be saying to play Majora's Mask if I didn't beat it. Hey, how is it going, Wasabi? I mean, for something like that, you can just check my video list and you will see that... You will see that the final part of the playthrough is indeed the one where I beat the game. Ocarina of Time is done. The idea will be to do Majora's Mask next. That will be the idea. I don't know if I wanna do it right now, like let's say starting tomorrow, right? I don't know if I wanna do that. Nice save. Well, here, honestly, with all the time we have of advantage, I could get into a very bad accident and it still wouldn't matter. I mean, obviously the idea is to not get into too many bad accidents, but you can see that I'm about to lap these guys, you know. These guys are about to get lapped. And when they do, there's not much that they will be able to do to fight back. But they already cannot fight back at all. I'm seriously thinking of what to play next. and it's hard to... Oh, that was a PB, by the way. It's hard to come up with ideas outside from the one I mentioned. I don't know, I feel like I'd rather start... I don't know. I really don't know. Very, very hard to tell. Oh shit. Man, this chicane, dude. How can that chicane be so extremely hard? Even with a car like this one. You would think that it wouldn't be that fucked up, but it is that fucked up. Hearing multiple of this at the same time is quite amusing. So, the yellow guy apparently is not on the lead anymore, despite looking promising. Doesn't seem like he looks so promising at all right now. I wish I could actually be competing with them instead of basically doing my own race. It would be nice if I could actually be right there with all of them. But unfortunately, if I want to do that, I will actually have to like purposely go slower. It seems like what the AI is just very bad at doing is steering. Like, they cannot steer for shit. They cannot do anything. And that's a shame. But that happens in the whole game, not just in this Formula Championship. Like, the AI is just unfortunately very bad. When it comes to being good, the AI is bad. Yeah, I feel that... I know that this tries to mimic Gran Turismo 3 in how the races were for the Formula Championship, but I feel like it would have been nicer if this was closer to the duration of the World Championship. Because at some point it's not like you don't really need more proof that you're gonna obliterate your rivals, you know. Seems that you have enough of a proof that you can do that easily. If this, instead of being 60 laps, it was 20, it wouldn't really change anything, you know. But this is essentially an extension of the endurances, basically. Wouldn't say that it's anything out of the ordinary, really. And the problem is that the real interesting tracks are most likely gonna appear on not even on this stream, because I'm assuming that in this stream I will only be able to do 2 races. And well, that's what I'm assuming is gonna happen in every single stream. I don't imagine myself being able to fit more than 2 races in a single stream. So unfortunately, here having Tokyo and the Oval of Motegi, those are 2 races where you cannot really Like, they are not difficult races at all. The real hard ones appear afterwards. That's an issue. It is what it is. I think that playing like one stream of this, like once a week or something like that, doesn't seem a bad idea to me. To obviously not make it that repetitive or annoying, right? I don't think it's a bad idea. Okay, I also will have to think of what to stream next. I could think of doing Majora's Mask, since it's been a while since Ocarina of Time. I don't think it's a bad idea in itself. That's probably the best idea I can think of. Maybe not the best idea in general, but unless anyone has a better idea. I don't know. If anyone has a better suggestion, I'll hear it. Wow, a nice hit. I don't really think that there are many games. I don't think that there are many games that people will want to see that I will want to play. The best example, of course, being UFO. UFO is always the perfect example of people wanting me to play that game and me not wanting to play that game. You know? But yeah, I don't know. Let me know any suggestion you might have. Just to at least consider it, you know. What about the inverse, games that you like to play but others don't like to watch? I'm playing it right now. I don't know if you have noticed, but I'm playing the game you're describing right now. I mean, any racing game in general is something that most people don't really care for, but I absolutely love racing games. I really, really like playing racing games, but for the most part, I don't think people really care that much about watching them. Especially when it comes to endurances like this, you know. I will say that like half of the games that I play on stream fill that quota. Games that nobody really likes to watch, but I play regardless. Ouch. Yeah. I think that for the most part, for what I've seen, the streams that a lot of people like to see are when you play a game that you never played before, and it tends to be a game with a large following. Zelda is the perfect example. So when I say people, I don't mean the regulars, but I mean people in general. People that might not really know the channel, but they see someone playing a Zelda game for the first time and they are like, oh shit, I need to see this. They want to see how people react to some moments or stuff like that, right? I think that those are the ones that people probably like to see the most in terms of what I can do, because if we're talking a more realistic approach, people like to see more something that you are the best in the world at. Unfortunately, no game applies to me in that specific category. But yeah, aside from being the best in the world in a game, I think that the other thing that people more or less like to watch, if we are just talking about game selection, are like first time playthroughs of popular games. Obviously, if we are just talking about what people want to watch regardless of games, that tends to be people with charisma. That's a different story, since we wouldn't be talking anymore about game preference. But I think in game preference is one of those two. Either a game where you're the best in the world at, or a popular game that you never played before and you're playing it for the first time. Okay, another thing I should clarify. I'm also not including new releases, because yes, obviously that's the other category that most people want to watch. A new game releases and they don't want to buy it, or they cannot buy it because they don't have the platform or a sufficiently powerful PC, or they simply don't care enough about the game to play it by themselves, but they are curious to see how it is. There is that. But I don't play new releases usually. I mean, I'm very stingy with money, so paying $70 for, playing a game doesn't seem like a good idea. New games mostly suck. Well, yeah, that can be the case. But I honestly wouldn't mind playing new games on stream, but I do mind paying for them, so I wouldn't pay $70 for almost anything. And a game is definitely not one of the things I will pay $70 for. It used to be like that in the past, not anymore. There are exceptions though, as I said. If Namco somehow release a new Ridge Racer game, I will pay it. Just don't then. Well, the thing is that most games nowadays are not that easy to not pay for, Most games nowadays, if you want to play on the day it releases, that's not something you can really do. And the whole point of playing a new game is that you will play it on release, That's kind of the idea. So yeah, in that regard, that option you are suggesting doesn't work. It will only work if a game is uploaded to a place with no DRM. But then again, I also don't like the idea of doing that for games that you could legally access. Or you could legally and easily access, I should clarify. So, I don't think I would do that. I mean, I used to do that, just that I wouldn't really do that anymore. Back then I basically didn't give a shit about anything. I basically downloaded anything I felt like I wanted to play. I mean, I will still do it, but not only I don't have much of a reason to do so, because I'm also not very interested in most games that release today, but it's also the fact that it's more trouble than what's worth. Like, back when I used to download games illegally with no issues, the DRM things that exist today didn't really exist. Well, some of them existed but weren't very widespread. Shit like the Nubo now is very widespread. So you're not gonna play a new release for a while, as long as it has the Nubo. Game sizes are ridiculous. Now, well, there's also that. If you want to download a game illegally, you are obviously not gonna use an official server. So the download speed is most likely less than optimal. So chances that a modern game is downloaded in a whole week is possible. Even more depending on what method you use, of course. That's one of those things that it's also not a good idea. But regardless, I don't do that anymore simply because if there is a game I want to play and I can pay for it, I'll pay for it. Because I can. I mean, back when I didn't have a job, I didn't want to ask my parents money for purchasing something I could obtain without paying. But now that the money I have is mine, I don't mind spending it in what I wanna play, you know? Wait, hold up. Oh, that's right, 8 times 5 is 40, so I need to put in. Oops. For some reason I thought I needed to pit at 42. No, 42 will be if I pit every 7 laps or every 6. Either 7 or 6 will be 42. But no, it's every 8 instead. Alright. So yeah, essentially, I don't know exactly, aside from Majora's Mask, I don't know what other game I could play on stream next. So I think I'm gonna go for that one, but as I said, if anyone has any suggestion that I could like, well, you wouldn't know if I would like it, but the point is that you can give it a try. But usually every time someone suggests a game, my first thought is always no. It's just like, I don't know if it's part of my nature to deny something immediately. I feel like every time someone suggests for me to play a game, I tend to think no. No thank you. But hey, I can have a more open mind if I want to as well. But yeah, any suggestions are welcome. Will you play Crash Bandicoot? I have to play the trilogy on stream. I wouldn't play the PS1 trilogy though, I will play the remake trilogy, because I have it on Steam. That's not a bad idea. I don't feel like playing it yet though, but that is a good idea. But yeah, like the idea will be playing the remake trilogy on Steam. In fact, I already beat it. I just beat it off a stream with my sister, but yeah, I didn't play it on stream. But I guess Crash Bandicoot games. Well, problem is that I will be playing so many racing games. So another thing I could do is play Crash Nitro Kart with the evil team story. Since I did it with the heroes team, I could do it with the villains team. I feel like that will be way too much racing. Can you play the game where you say no? You can play it. Oh, there was a reconnection. Well, I don't know what you heard or what you didn't hear. But you asked, can you play the game where you say no? And the answer to that will pretty much be yes, I can play it. Doesn't mean I will though. Yes, theoretically I can play anything. Theoretically there's nothing I will not play. Unless it's in a platform that, you know, that I don't own or that I cannot emulate. But yes, I can play anything, theoretically. But yeah, in any case, the Crash Bandicoot idea doesn't seem that bad, but the reason why I haven't really played a Crash Bandicoot platforming game yet on stream is because I find it hard to know exactly when to stop. Maybe I could stop after getting all the gems, because honestly I'm not a fan of getting relics. I think that in some games getting some relics is a requirement for the true end. Crash 4? Well, I don't have Crash 4. So that's already a bad start, but I think talking about the trilogy is mostly about knowing when to when to stop. But I think that unless the relics are necessary, a good place to stop is basically there. But there is also another problem. Gem runs are the best. I mean, it's because you're kinda playing the game the way it's intended. Usually most Crash Bandicoot levels are not very hard to play to beat if you should go to the end. The hard thing tends to be collecting all crates. Problem is Crash Bandicoot 1, ironically. The problem with Crash Bandicoot 1 is that getting all the gems is not as easy as in 2 or 3. So I think that that's the one game that I'm not sure how I will engage with. Because I will feel that only getting to the end of the levels will be too lame, but getting all of the gems is gonna be a pain in the ass. Not to mention that in that game, if I'm not mistaken, you also couldn't get the gem if you died once, right? Now not only you needed to get all the crates, but you also needed to not die. So that doesn't seem very appealing, honestly. The secrets? Well, getting the gems in itself is a secret, yeah, but you also have secret levels and stuff like that. I personally, when it comes to secrets in games, I'm not a very big fan of them. I usually don't prefer them. Just that in Crash Bandicoot I probably remember most of the secrets. Well, in 2 and 3. In 1, if they are secrets, I have no clue. Because that's a game that I haven't played as much as 2 and 3. Like, I beat it like 2 or 3 times, but I never beat it 100%, and it pales in comparison to the amount of times that I played 2 and 3. 2 and 3 are games that I played a lot. So yeah, there's that. I guess I will have it in the backlog as something I could potentially play. Like the remake trilogy. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of remake trilogy, another remake trilogy I didn't play yet, and I didn't play even off stream, is the Spyro trilogy. And I also own it on Steam, but I never really bothered to play it. That's another thing I could play at some point. Back then I didn't have a good enough computer to run it, but now I definitely do. Those are also very long commitments as well. We are talking about 3 games. And each one of them is not particularly short. That's the Steam endgame buy never played. Well, there are a lot of games that I haven't played that I have on the library. I could also do that. The problem is that most of them are indie games that, for the most part, don't seem extremely appealing to play right now. It's a little bit harder in that regard. I do think that the next game I'm gonna play is most likely Majora's Mask. It most likely will be that game. But yeah. The idea is... like, maybe tomorrow even I could start playing it. I don't know. It's hard to... because you know that they are essentially... oh, wait, hold up. I almost got too distracted here. They are essentially 2 types of games that you can play, like... games that are long for long playthroughs, and the other cars magically disappear. Or games that you play like once and you beat quickly and that's it. Majora's Mask is definitely the type that you will be playing for a while. The same way that Ocarina of Time was the same deal, right? I'm not very sure, but just like I did with Ocarina of Time, there were like a couple of days that I, didn't play it and I played something else to take a break, so not like I need to play it until the end without anything in between, Oh, what do you try to do there? Wait, how... is this still lap once? No, they are lap twice, right? Are they behind 2 laps? I think they actually are. Are they? If they are lap twice, that's pretty sad, but I think they legitimately are. Damn, dude. That's pretty fucked up. How do you get lapped twice with a car that is exactly the same as yours? There's something that you might be doing wrong, Something doesn't seem quite right. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, that's what I mean about this. I don't think that it's a good idea to play this day after day, because I don't see any difficulty on this. Even with this supposedly insane disadvantage of having to pit in sooner than your opponents are way too slow to ever be a problem. Yeah, the difficulty is coming up with a new game to stream. I think that I almost decided to go for Majora's Mask right now. I think that tomorrow it will be Majora's Mask indeed. It will most likely be that. Oh, I hope that at least I'm able to enjoy the beginning of the game like I did with Ocarina of Time, and not the fact that I'm gonna get stuck as soon as the game starts. Problem is that I heard that Majora's Mask has some very weird shit, and I probably know exactly what it is, because it's a relatively common image macro that a lot of people like to use. But yeah, I just hope I don't get stuck right at the beginning. That's the reason why I wish that there were more games like Mega Man. Well, I guess that's also the reason why I used to play so many I Wanna Be The Guy fan games, because the problem is that with I Wanna Be The Guy fan games, it's hard to tell what shit you're gonna find inside. When you play a Mega Man game, at least of the OG series, you know what the game is gonna be like. You know exactly what it's gonna be about. It's a very straightforward platforming game. So, because of that, I wish there were more Mega Man. Wish there were more Mega Man games. But there are already quite a lot, but I played all of the ones I wanted to play, so that's the main issue. I need more franchises with the Mega Man formula, you know. That will be ideal. I could replay Rosencreutz's still. It's been a while. Yeah, that's basically a Mega Man game, but instead of, you know, robots and shit, you have very cute, well, cute. Depending on which, you have cute and also white hot girls as well. You have a bit of both. Get the 1 hour speedrun achievement. Wait, but do those games even have achievements? I would have sworn that they are so damn old that they don't even have achievements. Unless you're talking about Mega Man. If you're talking about Mega Man, there are a lot of achievements in games like Mega Man 9 and 10. Well, if you're talking about Mega Man, before doing a speedrun achievement, I would like to do a no continue run. Like, that's been in my mind for a while. Alongside with like Castlevania 1 going clear as well. That's something that I've been wanting to do for 15 achievements on the first one. And 16 on 2. Wait, so you're talking about Rosencreutz's still then? Unless you mean collection 1 and 2. God damn it, what are you talking about? Explain yourself. If you're talking about the Capcom collections on Steam, I don't remember what achievements they had, but Rosenkreuztiller I know even less. Lusten. Is that like the Flandre wannabe, except wearing a lot less clothing? That's a pretty interesting character. Very appropriately named as well. But that's also another thing that I've been thinking, that there are some games that I like a lot and replaying it will be nice, but I feel like I always want to play new games on stream. Like, here's the thing. Playing all games, I mean games that I already played, at least have the benefit that I already know what to expect, and I also know that they are gonna run well. So you have that problem out of the way. I also feel like I just want to stream games that I haven't streamed yet. You know? And in this case, the Zelda series doing it like that is, I think, a very good idea. It's cool. Yeah, that's that character. So this is the last pit stop of the race. Just like that. Well, just like that. It only took an hour and 15 minutes almost. Unfortunately, unless the Motegi race is super short, I don't think I can put a third race in this stream. It feels like there will be a lot of time where I wouldn't do absolutely anything. Like, it's possible that there will be a lot of time remaining. Look her up on Google? Why would you look her up on Google? That doesn't seem like a good idea. Why would you look up a character like that on Google? Come on, dude. I thought that you will know better than that. It's fine. I also been thinking of long-running series that I haven't played before. Fuck. How did I lose control there? What the hell? That's almost a straight. But anyways, I was out to say there are a lot of series of like long-running series of games that I never played before that will also be interesting to get into, but usually there is always one reason why it will be a bad idea. An example is Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is a bad idea simply because it's a turn-based RPG. So that already disqualifies it. Then you have stuff like, I don't know, Bomberman or... Well, I did play some Bomberman games, but never really got into it as like the whole every single game. But then I realized that it has like more than 100 games. That doesn't seem like a very nice thing to go for. And then you have another example with Goemon. I really don't like the way Goemon games look like. And even if I did, I think some of them are supposed to be like mystery dungeon type. And I'm not a fan of that either. There are a lot of franchises like that that would be nice to get into, but for one reason or another, I think to myself, no. Well, Final Fantasy is another very good example. Right? Turn-based RPG, no thanks. And I mean, there is no need to get into them after all. But you always have that idea of, you know, will be nice to play these games once since so many people like talk about them and shit, but I don't think I can be asked. So, I don't know. Well, Metal Gear Solid. I tried playing the first one and that type of gameplay seems so ass. Not to mention there is more story than gameplay in the first place. So yeah, not a fan of that either, but I feel like they are games that I eventually will have to play. Like I will feel weird to never play them, but at the same time, a lot of them seem so unappealing, you know? But I don't know. You got into a list for being Klee user? Come on, dude. There's nothing wrong with being a Klee user. Nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, Monster Hunter. That's another series that I look at and I don't like what I see. Like, so many series that are long running that I look at them and I cannot be asked to play them. Also, I won, by the way. It's just as a you know, as a little fun fact. Yeah. You know, I feel like this car doesn't have as many polygons as it initially looked like it had. I mean, it could be worse, I guess, but I think it's lacking on the polygon a little bit. On the polygon count. It's fine. Alright, so remember to save after every single race. That's the important thing. After every single race, you gotta save. No matter what. I can see that. What, the polygons or me not liking Monster Hunter? This is gonna suck. I already knew it was coming, but this race is gonna suck so many balls, dude. Doing a long oval race in a game like this is a terrible idea. You can farm in Raw, but not in Monster Hunter. Yeah, pretty much. I don't think it's that crazy to think about it. This race is gonna suck balls. If this was a game with, you know, actual damage model and shit like that, it's gonna suck if I do stuff like that. Okay, note to self is not going down to the apron. That seems like a bad idea. Don't go low on the apron. You really lose control like no other. Do not go there. It's just that I wanted to overtake that guy and I didn't have room to do it. But going down the apron is not the way to do it. Now the issue is that if my tire consumption is gonna be worse than them, how am I gonna win this? Differently from Tokyo, I don't really have that many places to get an advantage from. I mean, it's a very straightforward track, you know? I mean, one thing I could do that they probably couldn't is wall ride. I mean, that wall riding is most likely gonna be 100 times slower than getting the track the intended way. The real challenge here is overtaking. And overtaking will always be a thing, because let's assume that I can get in front of them by a lot. The problem here will be that eventually they will get lapped and I will have to overtake them again. So I'm not sure how this is gonna go. All I know is that it's gonna suck, but regardless of that, for not installing turbo. Uh-oh. Okay. No, we cannot do that. Alright, so the question is, I'm most likely gonna have to pit first, but how long are they gonna take to pit? Because it seems that once they call your slipstream, there is no going back, is there? But as long as you... Nah, it's fine. Because that final corner, they don't take it well. In that final corner, they struggle a lot to do it. But yeah, there is also the fact that here you cannot get an insane advantage, so you will have to hold on with fucked up tires for a while. My only hope is that these guys are gonna pit stop at the same time I do. And I mean, I don't see any reason how that wouldn't be the case, but... Because keep in mind that when I did the World Championship, everyone pit in before me, but like way before me. In fact, I don't think I even pit in at all. So maybe the AI here will pit in early. Or well, early. Will pit in when I pit in, probably. But if it doesn't, there is no way I can win this. Because the advantage cannot be good enough. It is a shame because this type of race wouldn't be bad if you actually had damage. Obviously, keep in mind that if there was damage, I would already be out of the race with that first crash I had. But yeah, I think that it's a problem no matter what. So ideally here you will want to stop in lap 13. I don't think my tires are gonna last that long. Lap 13. Well, maybe they will last that long, but the thing is that these guys are probably gonna last longer without pitting in. And I think that I cannot pit in unless these guys do it first. The moment I pit in, I'm obviously gonna be lapped. what are these guys gonna do? I don't think they show any intent on pitting in. So with this tire that I have that is pretty much orange right now, the only way to not get absolutely fucked is by not taking this track at full speed. Like I'm doing right now, basically. That's the issue when you take it at full speed with a tire like that. Okay, one of them pits in. So as I say, lap 13 seems like the right idea because that means that you only need to pit in 9 times, but when are the rest gonna pit? Well, at least... Jesus Christ. I don't know how long I can delay it. I don't think I can delay it any longer. I'm gonna pit in here. So if pitting in 14 means that I need to pit in a total of 7 times. Because the last time... Actually... Hold up, I need to reduce the speed here. Oof. Okay. Damn, that was intense. Alright, so 14... Oh, what the hell? We almost are having accidents in the pit lane. That's pretty funny. So, hold up, I need my mathematics here. 14 means 8 times, actually, right? 32. If it was 9 times, it will be... No, actually, 80. Wait, 14 times 9 is 126. Damn, that sucks. That's actually not very nice at all. Well, regardless, it seems that we will have to pit stop 9 times, even if I... Well, that means that I could still do it every 13 laps, since I already know that these guys do it every 13 laps. That means that in lap 27 I could pit in, for example. Yeah, alright, I don't mind. But that doesn't mean that this race is not gonna suck. It will suck. Indeed. But yeah, it's just the way it is. But yeah, by the way, Formula cars don't do races like this in real life. That's not the way it works. What the Formula cars do is go into non-oval circuits. If this was IndyCar, it would be a different story. Well, you know, something that I kinda wanna play is NASCAR games where there is actual damage, of course. Just try not to crash in oval races when you have like other 30 competitors. That's something interesting to me. The problem is that here there is no really anything that can stop you. You are free to go as fast as you want. No one is gonna stop you here. It is what it is. Oh, also, you know, another funny thing that I saw of this game today when I was doing the 24-hour endurance is that obviously it's a 24-hour endurance, but there is no day-night cycle. So basically you have 24 hours of sun, just like that. Thankfully in the PlayStation 3 games they actually do put day and night cycle, so that's pretty cool. In this game they didn't have the technology yet. Even though Ocarina of Time had this. I don't know, in a game like this probably a lot harder. Well, it depends on how you make the game, but I'm assuming that every single race has like a static environment in itself. It wouldn't be that easy to make something like the sun and the illumination to be completely dynamic, you know? It most likely is not. Yeah. And according to my calculations, since we had 10 minutes and lap 23, that means that this is most likely gonna be an hour. That's probably the worst it could be, because that means that the next race, unless it is also an hour, I wouldn't be able to do it today at all. Unless I do like a 4-hour stream. I could do a 4-hour stream, I guess, but I don't think it's the greatest idea, personally. That's what would work the most. No, isn't the next race Hong Kong? I'm not sure, it might be. It would be pretty funny. Like when you get slipstream, it actually shows the suggested gear as if you needed to brake, you know. I'm gonna pit in on this lap. Yeah, and this guy is gonna do that too. That's the only reason why he didn't crash me, because he was gonna pit in as well. Otherwise it will be most likely a guaranteed crash. Okay, no worries. We got this. So that guy that is still on the track, I'm assuming is lap, right? Because if he's not lap, yeah, he's lap. Okay. That's so loud, holy shit. That's so extremely loud. Oh, and this guy actually does the pit exit the way it's intended, probably. Which is by staying on the apron until you do the corner. I'm surprised that they didn't automatically do that like they did in Laguna Seca. Little bit weird. Yeah, but it's fine. Everything points out at the fact that this is most likely gonna be a 1-hour race. Maybe a little bit more because of the pit stops though. Essentially a 1-hour race. If the next one is not a 1-hour race and it's actually more than that, streaming it today could be a horrible idea. Will be a very bad idea. can do these corners with the analog. No, I don't think it's a good idea. I feel like it's better to just spam the D-pad and that's it. Seems like the best case scenario. You know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's like it's better to not fix this when it works fine. When you get slipstream, it's quite scary how the car tries to go faster. The engine doesn't let it, obviously. There's only so fast you can go. That was, as expected, the PB, the best lap, was one that I was mostly in slipstream the whole time. It's understandable. Okay, someone is pitting in? Oh, never mind. They are just basically giving each other kisses. Install another engine? Yeah, I know, right? Who needs this shitty ass Formula engine when we could have a better one? Of course. Clearly a good idea. But yeah. I mean, the mistake here is doing this track with Formula cars. Like, come on, dude. Not to mention doing it the second track in the championship. Like, I know that you're trying to mimic the World Championship, but come on, dude. What are you doing? Run 2 in slim mode? What is slim mode? But what does that mean? Always the same tire that wears out? Well, yeah, that's because it's the tire that is getting pressure the most. Since you are steering like that, I'm gonna pit in. Basically, you are making the tire every time that you steer through that, you are pressing it against the asphalt with like a very big pressure. So, yeah, it's understandable it will be the one. Like, the surprising thing is that the front one is not like that. Because I can definitely understand it being on the left side, but the weird thing is that the front left one does not get that much wear. SLI, the Nvidia thing where you put two CPU at the same time. You're gonna put two engines at the same time. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the greatest idea. Probably not, but hey, it could work. Who knows? Could definitely work. Yeah, I wouldn't count on it. Oh, by the way, Panama is playing in the background. I know that it might be hard to tell though. Just wanted to let you know, in case you were curious, because with this engine noise I definitely cannot expect you to recognize it. Well, in fact, the funny thing is that with this noise, the most likely scenario is that, you know, that you're not gonna get any copyright claim from any song, Because it will be very weird if it somehow manages to pick it up with this car screaming the way it's screaming right now. Well, I'm pretty sure that if I wanted to, I could make the options, make the sound effects be more quiet, but it will be very scary. Well, yeah, if it managed to detect the songs even with this noise, it will be indeed quite scary. It will indeed be. Don't worry. Even if it does, the game is not gonna be blocked anywhere. So the game, I mean the video. The game obviously wouldn't be blocked anywhere. The video is gonna be fine, don't worry about it. And yeah, Panama is still playing. Believe it or not, it was still playing. Will this be a track PB? I wonder. No, I don't think I had slipstream for that long. No, it wasn't a PB. Yeah, it stopped the moment I say that. If it was a Nintendo game, it will be blocked worldwide. You think so? Well, so far, I didn't have any problems with any Nintendo game. Like, with streaming any Nintendo game. None of them got blocked or claimed or anything like that, so in that regard I think I'm fine. In that regard I think I'm doing pretty well. Oh, that reminds me of another game that I could play on stream. Is basically continuing with the Sonic games, which will be Unleash and or well, I think Sonic and the Secret Rings. I don't know which one released first. One of those basically will be the idea. Will work pretty well. Play Mario Kart 7 online before and Nintendo murdered my dog. I'm sorry to hear that, but you should have gotten a Nintendo instead. They wouldn't have done that with something like that, you know. They don't mind Nintendos. Oh, I did that too early. I mean, that's usually how it's done in real life, but it was a very early break to get into bits. Okay, whatever. I'm role-playing as a real driver, you know. I was just doing a little bit of role-playing. There are very avid role-players here, of course. The other day, speaking of role-playing, I was watching someone play Dragon Quest VIII, I think, and I really cannot imagine playing a game like that myself. Aside from the fact that it's extremely long, the way you have to, you know, farm enemies at some point, very slowly go from place to place. It seems like such an insane pain in the ass that I really cannot imagine doing it. It's fine. It's not a game for everyone. I really think that the turn-based RPG genre is never gonna be for me. It's just not gonna happen. Okay, what can you do? I don't like them either. Everyone has a Goku face. Oh, you mean Dragon Quest in particular? Well, Dragon Quest, yeah, all the designs are made by Toriyama, so it is to be expected. But yeah, I think that that's the least of the game's problems. I mean, having games that are very long is already something that is more or less a turn off for me, but when you have games that are that long and that also require farming and shit, I'm like, no thank you. I think I'd rather not. It will be hard to even, like, let's say that one day I decide to play a turn-based RPG game. Well, I always say that I want to play Chrono Trigger, but yeah, it probably will be that one. Doesn't Warframe and Raw require farming? Yeah, but those are games that you can play with your friends, which is something that does not happen with single-player turn-based RPGs, you know? Well, you can play with your friends and with random people. In Ragnarok, in the Latin American Ragnarok release, you know the amount of Brazilians I'm playing with? And they are all pretty chill. I'm a fan of playing with them. It's a shame that I cannot really talk to them very well because I cannot speak Portuguese, but hey, at least I can understand what they say. That's always nice. Warframe, I haven't played it in a while now. Right now, my main objective with Ragnarok Online is to fully level my Warlock and to get it ready for whenever the 4th classes arrive, so it can become an Archmage. That's my objective, and to get to maximum level you have to farm a lot. But you farm with other people, that's how it works at least in the Renewal. You have to you know, play with other people to level up fast, no matter what. But you know that there's also you have to tolerate the Yannicks. No, I mean, they are pretty chill players, that's a good thing. You can basically play like shit. You can be like the most useless party member and they are not gonna kick you. They are only gonna kick you if you are AFK or if, well, obviously if you don't have the level needed to share experience, of course. They won't kick you for being useless, so that's pretty nice. Because in multiple occasions now, I've been pretty far from useful in a lot of parties, and they didn't have any problems just letting me there, even though they could easily just kick my ass out of the party. That's something that I like a lot. At least so far. Like maybe as I get to higher levels it won't be like that. But so far they are pretty chill when it comes to tolerating people that are relatively shit at the game. That's pretty cool in my book, for sure. Pretty cool. So you know something that I realized about this championship is that everyone, like, there's basically most likely not gonna be a static second place, so it seems that you will always have a pretty decent point advantage, you know. It seems that if you somehow need to forfeit a race, it's not gonna be that bad. Now that you mentioned Raw, in the server where I play there was some drama. Well, private servers usually have some drama or another. If it's a Windhawk skill and people who spend billions to get the weapon to plus 20 are now left with a shell opening. Yeah, but that's something that happens in the original game as well, when their balance changes and you invest in something and then you're left with nothing. They went from 100 plus players to like 40. Nice. Yeah, most private servers seem to be struggling, especially considering that now the official servers have a way bigger reach, and now with this one that released in Latin America, it basically cannibalized the majority of Hispanic servers. Like at that point, you don't have much of a reason to play on a private server at all, you know. It's one of those things that is, you know, what's the point? There is none. It is what it is. I think that as long as this official Latin American server exists, I don't have any reason to play any other one. Like I'll stay here for a while, basically. I think that's pretty nice. I really cannot wait for 4 classes to be here, because it seems like the Archmage becomes pretty fun to use. Well, becomes, I mean, is very fun to use. At least just looking at the description of the skills. Might be a different story when I actually try the skills, but it could be nice. You get like 7 spells that are AoE on the ground. Yeah, on top of the fact that they have a shit ton of damage, and a lot of them also a shit ton of range as well. It's quite crazy. You can throw shit, fly wing, throw shit. Well, you can already do that with the Warlock, you know? With the whole reading spellbook and release combo. That's something that the Warlock can pretty easily do by himself. What seems insane is the damage. The damage and the range, just looking at the description, seems quite messed up. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Gain climax for extra bonuses. Yeah, I know. I saw that's a pretty cool skill as well. Like climax basically changes the properties of most of the, well, any of the 4 elemental spells basically. So I really want to use it. Though before that I would really like to use Tetra Vortex. And the bad thing about Tetra Vortex is that the Warlock only gets that skill pretty much once he's max level. So unfortunately you have to farm without it. And when you already get it, it's like there's not much more to farm, you know? It's a little bit of an issue, but it's okay. It gets even louder when you're at someone's slipstream. You think that it's not possible for it to get louder, but no, it is. It does get quite louder. But on the right side, this is like the only track where you're gonna see something like this, because you're constantly accelerating. In other tracks there will be braking and shit like that, you know. Want it to be a full water DPS, but the ACD is hard to come by. What do you mean ACD? I don't know what that means. Oh, after gas delay. Well, yeah. That tends to be the struggle of a lot of classes. It makes sense. Yeah, after gas delay, I know. Now that I'm actually doing calculations in my head to know when my next pit stop is gonna be, right? And here is gonna be lap 91, because if you do 13 times 7, 13 times 7 is 91. At this point, it's a little bit hard to kind of calculate what's the... Well, especially with a number like 13. 13 is not precisely the easiest number to do calculations with, but it's fine, don't worry about it. Well, 91, the next one is 104, and the last one should be 117, right? Is that how it is? I mean, it should. There's still quite a bit left. Almost fucked it up there. It's fine, don't worry about it. We got this. Yeah, 2 more pit stops remaining. And I really wonder what's the next race. And not just what track it is, but also how many laps. Because depending on that, it could be absolutely terrible. I'm just very interested. Yeah, something tells me that it might be a bad idea to do it today. It might be. We will see how it goes. Well, if it is Hong Kong, I think that it's a bad idea no matter what, but I mean, eventually you will have to do it. I definitely will take a peek on the track and on the lap count before deciding. Because if it's another hour, I can do that. But if it's something like an hour and a half or more, that will definitely be a problem. Can you imagine being lapped twice in an oval when there are no accidents? That's crazy. Like at that point you should call the team engineers and be like, hey, There's something we are doing wrong, because this guy has supposedly the same car, and he's doing this shit. Something doesn't add up in here. But it's fine. When the AI sucks, the AI sucks. And there's not much you can do about it. Now, I really wonder what car you could even unlock for beating this Formula Championship, because what are you gonna unlock, another Formula Championship? But if that's not the case, what else could you possibly unlock? I mean, anything you could unlock is probably gonna suck. You know? I don't see anything you could unlock from beating this as something that will be worth it, because I mean, you're not gonna get a car better than this one, no matter what. So yeah. I like how when it gets to 3 digits, the lap count, it needs to kind of like squeeze the font, because otherwise it doesn't fit. It's like the UI designers were like, wait, are you serious? You're gonna have 3-digit lap counts? Are you out of your mind? Who's gonna play that shit? There's always someone that is gonna play that shit. Indeed. So on the next one, next lap is the second to last pit stop. And then, well, there will be only one more. You know about to lap these guys 4 times? Pretty crazy. I guess they are that slow. And at the beginning I was afraid that there will be nothing I could do, you know. There is a lot you can do. But in fact here, they are so lapped that they are not gonna lap at the same time as me, because they are basically in lap 102 right now. So yeah, there is no way they are gonna lap there. Clearly not. Also, why is 80 the maximum count for fuel? I mean, it seems a little bit weird considering that the bar that shows fuel in the UI has 10 little dots. Why would the one in pit show Why will it show like something divided by 8? It's a little bit weird. Why not? I mean, after all, fueling this game really feels completely worthless. Like, there's not gonna be a single time where you will need to pit in for any other reason, or rather, you will need to pit in because of tires. So the fuel essentially is a bonus, so you never really worry about it. It's just one of those things that not even sure why it's in the game. Yeah, I guess they wanted to add another element of realism, but with the way it works, it really is never a factor, you know? It's never ever a factor. Something that I didn't do, but I could try, is using this camera. Though in a novel like this, it doesn't really make much of a difference. It's mostly the same thing. Not like there's gonna be much variation in what you do. Even more noise. Oh yeah, it's noisier when you're closer. That's pretty funny. Then you also have this camera. I think the loudest one is the one with the mirror. Well, they are kinda the same, actually. Even louder. Oh, you didn't want it louder? Yeah. Now, I admit that this race is absolutely cancerous. And I already knew it was gonna be that way before it even started. But yeah, this race is not good by any means. By any extent of the imagination. But at least I want to believe it's gonna be the only oval race. Because the problem is that there is another oval in the game, that is the test course. If they actually put the test course, it's like, what are you even doing? I mean, already putting this track here is a mistake. So putting the test course will be a double mistake. I guess they could be capable of doing it. I hope not, though. But you never know, because I didn't check the list of laps. I mean, I fully expect for both Le Mans and Nurburgring to be a thing. Like, I fully expect that to be the case. I just hope not, but... Well, honestly though, using these cars in Nurburgring seems like it could be very interesting. Like a track like Nurburgring with the amount of shit it has, seems like it could be extremely interesting with a car like this. Oh, actually today's 24-hour endurance took like 140 something laps, which is pretty funny. Well, I don't actually remember how many, but you can check it in the VOD that obviously they were a lot of laps if it takes 24 hours, of course, what you will expect. And obviously the driver didn't go as fast as it could. it will be even faster otherwise. Like, it will be even more laps. We're gonna be doing the final pit in this lap. I also wonder if everyone here is in the same lap, or if one of them is in a different lap. Because the fact that they are all so close together makes me think that they are all in the exact same lap. But maybe one of them is fully lapped. I don't know. Anything is possible. So apparently they wait for the fuel to be fully replenished and then they change the tires. That's a little bit weird. Yeah, whatever. Alright, so this is the final stint. We need to just keep going, basically. Not like there's anything else you can do. I'm very tempted to do the next race no matter what. I know that it's probably gonna be a terrible idea, but the alternative, which will be finishing the stream now, I feel like it's an even worse idea. I really want to do the third race, but yeah, I really need to know what it is. It most likely is gonna be Hong Kong, but I'm not against Hong Kong. Like, if anything, it will be an interesting race, especially because I'm probably gonna wear my tires a lot faster than my opponent, so it's probably gonna be like an even more packed up difference than in Tokyo. Like, I'm probably gonna pit stop double the amount of times than my opponents or something like that. I don't doubt it. Most likely gonna be something like that. I essentially want to do anything that is not this oval. That will be pretty nice. Anything that is not this oval will be a nice idea, you know. Also, I just realized, look at the mirrors. Like the little mirrors in the car, they are not static, like they actually reflect what's going behind you. That's pretty cool. I didn't notice that. A lot of racing games don't bother doing that simply because it's a big resource increase with not much of a reward visually. But this one, even with how tiny they are, and even if you cannot really see them because there is not a real cockpit view, and they still decide to have them reflect what's behind you. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Well, we are getting close to the final lap, and yeah, it's almost gonna be an hour. It's gonna be a little bit more than an hour, the whole race, but essentially it's pretty much that, pretty much an hour race. So final lap, And we can finally say goodbye to this damn oval. Because holy shit, dude. I don't know whose idea was this, but I can tell you that it wasn't very good. Yeah. We are finally free from the oval. Holy shit, dude. Well, my ears are free too. So that's pretty nice. Yeah. It's like someone took something out of my ear. Jesus Christ. Alright. Pretty nice, pretty cool. So, we're gonna autosave. And as I say before, this is most likely gonna be a mistake, but I really want to do the next race now. Because the alternative, which will be ending the stream, seems like a worse idea. But this is most likely Hong Kong, right? No, it's New York. Alright. Yeah, sure. Let's go. New York, 74 laps. Well, if every... Promise that there is no way that every lap is gonna be a minute. It's probably gonna be more than that. This has the potential to be a very, very long race. So this might be indeed a mistake. This might indeed be a mistake. No turning back. Well, I mean, considering that it autosave, I can definitely turn back. You know? That's the reason why I autosave after every race. If anything wrong happens, don't worry, we can roll it back. Some people will call it save scamming, but I feel like that's a little bit of a mean term. I don't think it's that bad, you know. Unfortunately here, this is a lot. This actually, like 74 laps on this thing, is essentially like doing 74 laps in Tokyo. Like, this track is not that much different than Tokyo in terms of length. So this seems very stupid. Like 74 laps in this is a lot. And, well, not much I can do about it. Other than cry about it. But this is gonna be extremely long. This is gonna be so extremely long, it's actually crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if this was close to 2 hours. Like, this is most likely gonna be a 2-hour race. I will have to calculate it better, but assuming 120 is the average, 120 per lap with 74 laps. Fuck, that's a hard... About 100 minutes. Yeah, that's what this is gonna be a 4-hour stream, basically. Well, it's okay, I guess. It could be worse, but... I'm not entirely happy in turning this into a 4-hour stream, but man, the problem here is why 74 laps? 74 laps is a lot. Like, it really is a lot for a track like this. Well, obviously I can turn back at any time now, but I guess might as well go for it, you know. Might as well. God damn it. Well, that was everyone's night, I guess. God damn it. It's something that reminds me of when I did I Wanna Be the Co-op with Draynor, and Draynor basically asked the AI for topics of conversation. Because the thing about things like this is that if I fully focus on the race, I'm gonna end up losing my mind. So I really need to think up of topics of conversation. You know what, there are a lot of topics of conversations that I would love to talk about, but they will be pretty controversial. They are topics that are not the type of topics that you should bring up in a casual conversation. But those are usually the most interesting ones to talk about. That's the problem. I think that it's interesting to talk about them. But especially not on YouTube. Yeah, that's true. Because YouTube at all times knows what you're talking about. Obviously, with the insane volume of data that YouTube uses. Hold up, something that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lower the volume because I'm going insane right now. With this engine noise, I'm actually going a little bit insane. I'm just gonna lower the volume for me because holy shit. I'm doing the corners very badly though. 93 minutes plus race. You can always talk about shit games. That's pretty nice. You know, actually, I could do that. I could talk about something controversial and at the same time not anything that could get you banned on YouTube. But you know, I was thinking the other day since the Hollow Knight sequel got announced, how I think that Hollow Knight, even though I don't like using this word, it really feels like one of the most overrated games I ever seen. I don't like using that word because I'm like overrated according to who, like who is the judge. But man, I just cannot see how many people view Hollow Knight as the second coming of Christ. That to me is crazy. Have you seen the Roblox controversy? No. No, I don't know. I don't tend to follow communities like that. I mean, I don't even play the game, so very hard to follow it. I mean, all I know about Roblox is that it's usually the breeding ground for a lot of predators. That's all I know about it. So, aside from that, I don't know what other controversy there could be. Exactly what that's about. Well, that's nothing new. I mean, that's been going on for a while in that game. One guy was baiting the Predator from the movie Alien vs Predator and Roblox banned him. Then what? I feel like there is a lot of context missing from that. Baiting the what do you mean baiting? Baiting the Predator from the movie Alien vs. Like, I don't know what that phrase means. Like, how could you bait a movie? I don't get it. I'm not sure exactly what I'm reading here. I understand what those words mean individually, but not in a phrase like that. What do you mean baiting a movie? Or are you saying that as an euphemism? Like, are you just saying that as a joking way to just say predators? Oh, he was just joking, okay. Well, in that case, the question is baiting them how? Like by pretending to be underage or something? Well, that's something that a lot of people do on Twitch. Well, or at least used to. Like, you have streams about people trying to bait others into engaging into conversation, and then they will move them to their house and stream them beating them up or something like that. It was saying he was Rachel Alucard and the other players were Valkenheim. And Valkenheim, come on. Would at least say Ragnar. Valkenheim. I understand that Valkenheim is badass and all of that, but I don't think many people would like to be Valkenheim. I think most people would like to be old. And then Valkenheim sent a picture of their astral head. Yeah. I main Ragnar, so know this, my boy. Alright, so you're trying to do... this is the thing. You're trying to use euphemisms here in the whole explanation. I understand. But what I don't understand is how this is anything new. Isn't this always the case in Roblox? How is that newsworthy? Isn't that like an everyday occurrence? You know? First time someone got banned for trying to stop it? Well, it could be. I don't know. Yeah, I guess if that's the case, I guess it could be, but... see, the problem of these people that try to hunt predators is that I don't really think they do a good job at doing it. Like, because there's nothing that you can do by doing that. Like, you are not Chris Hansen. You don't have a whole operative behind you working with you. You are simply a guy that is attention whoring. Like, I understand that some people think of it as a noble cause, but the thing is that unless you are really an FBI agent or whatever, you are just wasting your time. Well, you're also wasting that guy's time, which theoretically is better than them doing what they do. So in that regard, you can say that it's kind of like Kid Boga, that wastes the scammer's time. In that regard, I guess it's understandable, but at the same time, trying to, like, quote-unquote catch these predators does not work unless you actually have an operative ready for it. Like, unless you have actual resources with, like, a trained group of people, it's not useful. Like, you are just wasting your time. But yeah, I mean, he got banned for exposing, then go viral for the ban, and no Roblox stock is tanking. Well, at least he ended up like now looking at it with like with things that already happened, you could say that it was useful because at least it hurt the company. So looking at it this way, yes, the whole thing I guess ended up being useful. But I think that more times than not it's just not useful. Well, not to mention, you know that I use Kid Boga as an example. But the thing about Kid Boga is that he also has a team of people that are ready to like freeze bank accounts or to, you know, work for trying to catch scammers, right? So aside from Kid Boga just looking like he just wastes the scammer's time, a lot of times he does get information that he directly sends to people that can work with it. Well, maybe this guy also has that, I don't know, I'm speaking from lack of knowledge here. But yeah. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then that's good. These people are pitting in lap 12. Yeah. That's fucked up. It's quite crazy because I feel that Roblox is the kind of game that has been played by kids for a very long time. Because you know that, for example, a game like Minecraft used to be the typical game played by kids, and even though I think that it's still the case, for the most part the people that play Minecraft already are more adult. But it feels like Roblox is like the always forever kid game. I mean, except for obviously those people that we were just describing. Like, for some reason, it's always played by kids, which is quite an achievement. Because you see a game like Pokemon that actively fails to capture a kid audience anymore. The people that follow Pokemon are the people that were kids in the 90s, and it makes sense because modern Pokemon is trash. But the thing is that it's quite commendable for Roblox to managing to keep a child audience for all these years instead of the audience growing out of it, right? That's pretty interesting. And now he got contacted by Congress and the one and only Chris Hansen. That would be pretty nice if true. Minecraft is known for the same problem as Roblox. But I will assume that it's in less level, right? Because I'm pretty sure that the average age of Minecraft players is a lot higher than the average age of Roblox players. Maybe I'm wrong, it's possible, but I think that Minecraft kinda stopped being the kid game for quite some time now, while Roblox is still a kid's game, pretty much. It never stopped being one. I mean, I'm obviously not talking about the contents, I'm talking about specifically the people that play the game. Because when it comes to the contents, even though Minecraft got more content, it's still the same family-friendly game, you know? So yeah, I'm mostly talking here about the actual people that play it. Well, that's interesting to see how bad these things go. I mean, the thing is that to me, it's insane how crazy a lot of the internet spaces are. Because you know that I always mind pretty much my own business. like, I never tend to interact with any internet space, aside from obviously my own chat and you know, well, in the case that I play Ragnarok online, yeah, with the people that I see there, but it's not like I'm even on a Discord, I just interact with them in game. And only for leveling up, not for anything else. So to me, when I see communities like this, that are not only so big, but also so batshit insane, it's quite like... I don't know if I should call it a cultural shock. I guess it is a cultural shock to me. Like, I'm not used to the whole internet community thing. And how some people basically have other people as if they were gods. Like, you know, the typical case, like you're talking about Roblox, but... You know the amount of communities with a popular YouTuber or Twitch streamer or whatever that because of its popularity is able to get away with a lot of shit. And that's because like the people, well, some people are underage and they don't know better, but a lot of people are grown up, well, at least in the legal sense of the word, not in the mature sense of the word, right? And yet they treat these people as if they were gods. And to me that's something crazy. I cannot imagine thinking of someone as that, let alone a streamer. But it's never a good idea to idolize anyone regardless of what it is. Streamer, like sportsman, you know, politician, whatever, it's never a good idea. But yeah, I feel like in the case of a streamer it's even worse. I understand that being an entertainer, and more importantly an entertainer to a lot of people, is not easy. Like, it's very hard to somehow be appealing to multiple people at the same time, but some people really go to great lengths to idolize entertainers in general. But it happens with actors as well, and it's just as pathetic, basically. But with actors, singers, whatever. But yeah, it is what it is. To me, it's something foreign. I don't interact with the internet that way. I definitely don't. I have some streamers I like and I watch, but I will never idolize those people. I heard the Taylor Swift fandom is crazy. Well, that's mostly because it's like... I mean, Taylor Swift in terms of popularity is pretty much... I mean, maybe I'm wrong with what I'm about to say, but I'm pretty sure she's on the same level of popularity as Michael Jackson was when he was alive. Well, and when he was dead too. You know? But more importantly, the fact that when he was alive, everyone knew about Michael Jackson. There were people that went crazy. Actually, even though that's not a bad example, I think a better example is the Beatles. You know what? Look at the concert of the Beatles back when they were at their peak, and you see people fainting on stage. Well, on stage, I mean on the public, right? Like the spectators. You have people fainting, screaming like they can't believe it, right? It's like they just witnessed God or something. That's crazy. So I think that Taylor Swift is comparable to that in terms of the volume of following, and when anything has a large following, the amount of crazy people is higher. Even if it's proportionally probably the same as with other ones, like with other fandoms that are smaller, like maybe proportionally it's the same. But the thing is that let's give a concrete number example. Let's say that a fandom has 100 people and only one is an absolute nutcase. Basically you have a 1% of the fandom that is a nutcase, right? And in this case, let's assume Taylor Swift has 100 million fans worldwide. It's probably more ironical. No, it's probably way more than that. Let's say 1 billion, right? Let's say that she has 1 billion fans. Assuming the same proportion, 1% of 1 billion is 10 million, right? I think. So 10 million people, even though the proportion is the same as with the smaller fandom, having 10 million nutcases makes a lot of noise. The proportion is the same, but the noise is definitely not the same. So I think that that's just bound to happen with anything that is popular. You know, it's not the fan base in itself, but rather that it's so big. You know, it's the same reason. And well, I guess that this is like a more... No, I probably shouldn't go there. I was gonna say something about... No, forget about it. But the point is that anything that has like a big amount of people, the nutcases are also gonna be a lot. And it's gonna make the whole look bad. But like even worse than any other community that is smaller. That's the point. This is gonna be so fucking long. We're at lap 20-25 minutes. That means that 3 more times will be 1 hour and 15 minutes. And that will be lap 60. So basically if you remove 6 laps, you're basically removing like what, 7 minutes? Let's say 8 minutes. So doing that will be 17 minutes in total, so that will be 1 hour and 32 seconds. It's most likely what this is gonna take. 1 hour and 32 seconds. Honestly, it could have been worse. It's still pretty bad, don't get me wrong, but I think it could have been a lot worse. 1 hour and 32 seconds. I mean 32 minutes, not seconds, sorry. I wish it was 32 seconds. 1 hour and 32 minutes, which are essentially 92 minutes in total. 92 minutes. Well, what I can tell you is that if there is in the next stream that I play this, that I don't know when it's gonna be, that essentially means that if I have 2 races like this one, I'm not gonna go for a 3rd one. That's for sure. Then that's quite crazy. No, look, there is something that I'm gonna guarantee you. I'm not gonna play this tomorrow. When am I gonna play this? I don't know the answer to that question, but I can tell you it won't be tomorrow. Tomorrow I wanna play Majora's Mask. Assuming that everything goes well in the technical department, the idea will be starting with Majora's Mask tomorrow. That's the idea. We will see if it comes through. I hope. Will be nice. Yeah, I don't know when I'm gonna continue with this, because as you can see, I thought maybe it will change in well, this is not really a hard track at all. This is not as hard as something like Hong Kong could be. So in that regard, it's really whatever, you know. But like, what I'm trying to say is that so far the difficulty of these races is not high at all. Like, essentially, if my idea is to see this as a challenge, it isn't. So this is essentially a collection of endurances. And because it's a collection of endurances, doing them all together is a horrible idea. Like an absolutely horrible idea. Something that you don't wanna do, no matter what. But don't worry about it. I'm sorry, my throat is not playing on the same team as me. My throat is trying to boycott me. Well, everyone is gonna. Well, I have to bid on the next lap, but almost everyone will essentially be lap. The only exception being these two guys that still did not pit stop. Pretty much confirmed that this is gonna be an hour and 30 something minutes. But then, that means that there's one more hour to go. That's absolutely crazy, dude. Any other controversial thing that you wanna talk about? Because I started saying that Hollow Knight is overrated. I don't think anyone here will probably disagree with that anyways. Well, and even if they do, it's not like it's really a controversial opinion, I think. I mean, it's a controversial opinion if you say it on a... Oh wow, I went through that guy, nice. Will be controversial if you say it in like in the Hollow Knight Discord or something like that, I guess. But yeah. I don't know. It's a good game. I don't know. I guess it is. But I don't know, I don't like it. Like, I feel like to play something like that, I'd rather play the Castlevania, Metroidvanias, right? That seems like a better choice overall. It is what it is. Just that it's crazy to me that so many people well, I guess no, but see, here's the thing. I was gonna say that it's a similar situation with Half-Life, but the thing about Half-Life is that for the time Half-Life released both 1 and 2, they were insane technological advancements compared to what was available at the time. Hollow Knight is not an advancement in anything. Like, it essentially you know, just uses the typical Metroidvania formula, but also adds the whole healing item shit from Dark Souls, right? Like, I don't know. When did Hollow Knight release? Because that's another thing. Maybe I'm thinking Hollow Knight is way more recent than it actually is. But isn't Hollow Knight from like 2016 or something? Because at that point, if we're talking about indie games, I'm pretty sure there were already quite a lot of well, in fact, what came first, Hollow Knight or Bloodstained? Because if we're talking about an indie game that tried to be a Metroidvania, at least Bloodstained is an actual Metroidvania. And not to mention the, you know. Well, that's the thing. What I don't know if it came earlier or not. Probably not, but I don't know. I really don't know what year Hollow Knight is from. I don't know what year Bloodstained is from either. I feel like Bloodstained is probably from like 2018. So if that's the case, Hollow Knight will be earlier. Was a pretty bad corner. Well, that is a game I have to play though. Bloodstained. I don't want to play Bloodstained until I'm done with Castlevania. I still have to play the DS Castlevania games. Have to play, well, the modern Lords of Shadow games. And once I do that, I will probably want to go for Bloodstained, maybe. Though considering that Bloodstained is based on the Metroidvanias, I think that once I did the DS games, I could easily play it. If anything that they could reference, I would already have seen it. The thing about references is that a lot of times I might not remember a specific reference or something like that. Especially from the Game Boy Advance games. That it's been quite some time since I played them, you know? I'm jumping a lot in this lab for some reason. Almost enter pits, not wanting to. I wonder how different New York looks from this right now. It's saxophone. Yeah, I heard it too. That's a cool song. I like it. It's hard to tell with these things being so loud. Some Brazilian guy randomly gifted me a game. Which game? And which game did you get gifted? Crosscode? Is that the one that is supposed to be like an isometric action game that has also like a kind of an anime art style? Is that the one? I remember being interested in purchasing that until I was no longer interested. I think it's that one, right? Probably. I think it might be. Why would someone give you a game randomly? I'm not sure. Well, to be fair, Yanni gifted me quite some random games as well. And in fact, one of them that I haven't played yet, that is Deus Ex. It's like Zelda top-down view. Yeah, it's it's the one I think it is. Yeah. I remember seeing it and being interested until I was no longer interested. But I think that applies to a lot of indie games. Like at some point I stopped. Like there was a time that I liked playing indie games a lot. Nowadays, not so much. Because you know that most of the times indie games are, well, as you would expect, basically just inferior versions of games made with an actual budget. But at that point, it's like, why don't you just play the game it's based on? You know? I get that you probably want more of that, so you wouldn't want to replay the original, but when they are, yeah, I guess that's a fair point. I love the OG Deus Ex. Yeah, I think that's the one that he gifted me. I don't know. Problem is that games like that, I haven't played it yet because it's not really my type of game. Really know the type of game I would usually play, you know. Oh wow, nice corner. You know that I feel, obviously I will already have lost multiple times, but I feel like these championships will be super interesting if there was an actual damage model, because you will be so afraid of doing the tiniest mistake that every corner will be like a horror movie. It's fine. That was a very slow corner. Alright. Gonna pit in. And we are not even halfway through. By the way. Well, I mean, we're gonna be halfway through when we reach the 37th lap, I guess. Right? Yeah, it will. We reach the 37th lap, we're gonna be halfway through. But it's still quite an uphill battle. Not because of the result, but because of my stamina. My personal stamina, you know. Disconnected. For some reason this thing disconnected again. I don't know what's wrong with it. I mean, maybe it's because lately I've played a lot of Gran Turismo, but it feels like it exclusively happens in Gran Turismo. I don't know why. I don't know what's the deal. It's a little bit weird. It's like a very brief disconnection that is whatever, but... And I mean, in races, as long as this one who gives a shit, but... I mean, I'm surprised maybe it happened during Toho and I didn't realize. Like, while I was playing Toho 20, maybe it happened in a run and I never figured that that was the case. I don't think anyone gives a shit anyways. It's not like any of the runs that I did were like, you know, world-class runs or anything like that, so... It makes sense that even if it was there, nobody will say anything. Hello. I like that color. That silver color on this thing. I mean, kinda reminds you of what used to be the McLaren colors, right? Wait, was it McLaren? I think that at some point McLaren had a great looking cars, right? Probably. Obviously talking about Formula 1, right? That corner always takes me by surprise no matter what. Holy shit. What a pain. It is pretty much confirmed that, in case there was any doubt, this is gonna be a 4-hour stream. And, I mean, it's not like I mind doing a 4-hour stream today, but yeah, damn. That's something. That's definitely something. It's fine. Thinking of what other track could be challenging to do, aside from Hong Kong, but I really don't think there is a single track where I legitimately struggle to beat. I don't think it's been the case in any case, basically. That it's always been, well, they are the rally ones, but those won't show up here, so I think that aside from Hong Kong, there isn't any other one that will pose a problem. Maybe Laguna Seca will be, because of using cars as fast as this one in a track like that. Sounds insane. Also, one thing that has happened so far is that every track right now has been a real life track. I mean, there's only been 3. Considering that this is supposed to be about Formula 1, I can 100% expect that most of the tracks here are gonna be urban circuits. Which kinda sucks because urban circuits are very easy. So for example, if one of the next ones is Seoul, I'm not... Oh, there is one I could struggle, which is Opera Paris. It's just that I heavily doubt that they are gonna use that track. That track is a clusterfuck. But if they actually use it, that will be the other one where I could struggle just like in Hong Kong, probably. Now I wonder if the V-Spec driver here will actually struggle like staying in first place, or if he could very easily win this without any supervision. Because obviously the 24-hour race, he was using a car that was way more powerful than anyone else's. But here, theoretically being more or less in the same conditions, I wonder how it would be. I don't know. Yeah, I guess the initial scare with the difference in pit stops very quickly went away. Oh, we also passed the halfway point of the race. Can you believe that? We just passed the halfway point of the race. But yeah, this race, I don't know what they were thinking, dude. 74 laps in something like this is an exaggeration. Especially when it's so much more than the previous two. Like, it's an insane higher amount. And it might keep getting higher too. I don't fully discard that. That's always a possibility. Okay, I don't know. The interesting thing about this track is apparently how many buildings are under construction in the background. I wonder how this will look nowadays. If you look at this same thing, if you have, for example, the one with this hairpin, well, the hairpin that is gonna appear now. Apparently that building there is fully in construction right now. Okay. We'll assume that at this point that building has been finished, right? Considering that this happened, like this version of New York is supposed to be 20 years old. Most likely the case. Yeah. In any case, anyone wants to bring anything else controversial? We can just turn this whole championship into the discussion of controversial shit. It's not like I have much more to say about the race itself. Really, not much more. Other than just driving. Just gotta drive and keep driving until it eventually stops. But until then, you just gotta keep driving. You just gotta keep going. There's nothing else. No, nothing more, nothing less. The race is racing as intended. Well, yeah. That part is pretty clear. The race is indeed a race. Correct. Well, actually, see, the problem is that since I usually don't talk about controversial topics, I don't know what is considered okay or not okay in the YouTube or in general online streams, right? Because you know that, like, there was a... Yeah, I don't know if it's a good idea. Like, talking about current events that are, like, tragedies. I don't know if that's a good idea, mostly because at being a video game stream, I think talking about depressive stuff is probably not the best idea. Well, I mean, it's depressive depending on how you look at it. I personally don't see it as something depressive because, I mean, obviously no one that I know was involved. But it's depressive, I guess, in general. Any tragedy is depressing, I guess. It feels like it wouldn't go with a video game stream. But I don't know, like, the thing is that I watch very few streamers, so I don't know in the big gist of things how, like, what most streamers consider that it's okay to talk about and what they don't. Obviously, there are a lot of streamers that are political streamers and they talk about anything. That's precisely because that's their show. Well, like, that's their content. When it comes to playing video games, well, the obvious topic is talking about video games, but you have to talk about real life stuff. Will tragedies be a good topic? I don't think so. But basically, a tragedy happened today in the US. And the interesting thing to me is basically like the author of the tragedy was someone that, remember what we were talking about online communities and people that are in very fucked up communities that have very fucked up interactions with other people online. Well, this person that was the author of this tragedy was one of those. One of those people that people nowadays will call terminally online. Like people that just cannot manage to think about anything other than the shit they see online. Since you love RPG so much and they gave away RPG Maker, what epic adventure are you gonna make? You know that I've been thinking that, believe it or not, I'm not gonna do anything. But I've been thinking like, what could I do on my own that is a turn-based RPG game? I was thinking of something similar. I mean, it's probably not a game you played or most people played, but there's probably better examples than the one I'm gonna give. It's a game on the Nintendo DS called Digimon Story Super Cross Wars. Basically, I think the other Digimon Story games in that console are probably very similar, but You have a vanguard and a rear guard. Like you have 3 characters that go in the vanguard that attack and receive damage, and then characters on the rear guard that tend to be support. And you fight against 3 monsters at the same time most of the times. So the positioning matters, and well, obviously weaknesses and strengths. That's what I was thinking that would be nice to do, but I don't know. I mean, I'm obviously not gonna do it, but if I had to do a turn-based RPG game, I will make it like that. Because that's the thing. If I'm gonna make a turn-based RPG games, like that means that I have something that guarantees the assets, right? Like I have someone that handles the assets, so at that point, if I'm the one deciding the way the game works, I would like to make it work like that. Obviously, if we're talking about doing an RPG maker from scratch all by myself, it will probably be the most painfully basic shit that you can imagine. Because doing everything by myself is something that I cannot really do. Well, technically I can do and anyone can do it, but I don't want to. Like imagine handling the programming, the music composing, the sound effect producing, the sprite drawing, like, no, dude. If there's anything I will not want to spend my time doing is that. You know, a lot of people can see what I'm doing right now as an absolute waste of time. Like, who the fuck would want to do such a long endurance in something that is not even a challenge? You already know you're gonna win, you just need to get to the end. And that's understandable, but I just find driving to be pretty fun. In video games, obviously. So even if it is indeed a pain in the ass to do this, I feel like driving is just fun in itself, so anything is a good excuse for me to just drive, even if it's a lame ass endurance like this one. But yeah, doing a turn-based RPG game with all the assets and stuff is certainly not something that I would want to do on my own. But then again, I don't think anyone will really care about. Usually, if you're the one doing the art for an indie game like that, you are the one that wants to do everything else, because after all, if you use something like RPG Maker, most of the other things shouldn't be that hard to figure out. I mean, that's the reason why you use that and you're not coding the game in I don't know, a C++ library, right? You're coding it on a platform that is supposed to be used by people that don't know about coding. So why would you want anyone else to handle the code? Unless you want to do very complex shit, but I feel like at that point you will want to use something that is not RPG Maker. You will want to go more complex. I have 2 pits in this lab. How many pits are remaining? Will be in 56, 64, and 72, right? So that means 3 more after this. Yeah, that's fucked up. It's pretty fucked up. It's the way it is. As I say, this will be a 4-hour stream. Whether I like it or not, and trust me, I definitely don't like it. But yeah, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Oof. Can we get more time to take a break here? No, actually, if we do that, if anything, the race is gonna take longer, not less. We don't wanna do that. If anything, now I'm very curious to see how the Gran Turismo 3 Formula Championship is. Hey, did you say that you play the Gran Turismo 3 Formula Championship, Kyle? Did you say that it was easier than 4, or am I misremembering? Because if you're telling me that it's easier than 4, that it's easier than this, we are in big trouble. You're telling me that it manages to somehow be easier than this? We are indeed in big trouble. Well, the hardest thing about the Formula Championship in Gran Turismo 3 is unlocking the Formula car in the first place. That's the hardest thing. Once you have it, I say 3 had multiple formulas. Well, yeah, it has multiple formula cars, correct? Something that this one doesn't. Okay, but did you play it? Or is it something that you were like, nah, fuck this shit, it's too long. Too long didn't play. Right, like too long didn't read, but instead will play. TLDP, sorry, my bad. I cannot even into acronyms, apparently. You didn't play 3? Alright. It probably was someone else that was present at the time that said something about the game being easier or whatnot. Maybe they were talking about the rally, and if that's the case, that's true. The rally in Gran Turismo 3 is a lot easier, but that's simply because it handles a lot better. So by default it ends up being easier, of course. It tends to be that way. Yeah, I'm actually hungry. I think it's because I've been talking a lot. You know that when I play racing games I talk a lot. And that's simply because kind of like my eye-hand coordination when playing racing games is very... like, unless I'm doing some hard shit, I usually can simply not even think of what I'm doing. In fact, it's not like I'm even actively thinking about this corner. It's like I'm going in autopilot right now. Isn't talking supposed to make you thirsty though? Well, it can be both. But the thing is that you are spending energy either way, so you can be thirsty and hungry. Well, the thing is that when it comes to thirst, I don't know if it's the way my body is made, but I very rarely feel thirst. I don't remember the last time that I felt thirst. I maybe in summer when it's very hot, and even then, it's mostly about the fact that I dislike the heat more than that I'm thirsty, you know? So I think that, yeah, I don't really remember what it feels like being thirsty. And I'm not really the kind of guy that drinks a lot of water or anything at all. But really, thirst is a feeling that I usually never feel. It tends to either be hunger, and that's it. Just hunger, you know? Don't worry about it. Maybe the hunger is making me do these corners badly like this, you know? That's a good excuse if you ask me. So it's pretty interesting. Remember that both in the Tokyo race and in the oval race, the cars were mostly close together, but here they are pretty far apart, all things considered. That's a little bit weird. Yeah, who cares? Not like any of them can beat me anyways. You have 0 chance to beat me. You can forget about it. Next lap we're doing another pit stop. Doing another one. That I never understood about this game is why the bar at the bottom that is supposed to be about the amount of force that the steering takes, why they limited it to 2 when it's pretty clearly something that can go way higher than that, as you can see by the fact that it gets stuck here. Wait, I think I'm stupid. No, I need to pit on 2 laps from now, see? I think my hunger is not making me think straight. It's in lap 56, not 54. Right? We gotta multiply 8 by 7, it's 56. Well, never mind then. Sorry, I cannot do basic arithmetical operations, my bad. Seems that that part of my brain is not working properly, perhaps. It is the way it is. I really wish, though, this was more beatable with the Minolta, because I feel like it could have potentially been very interesting. If you saw me use the Minolta yesterday with medium tires, you could tell that I could go at the same speed as the Formula cars. But the problem is that I had to enter pits way earlier. And that obviously makes it impossible to win. But essentially the alternative, which is this one, is using cars that are, despite supposedly being the same cars, you are going way faster than your opponent. which essentially means that, well, the whole stopping in pits earlier is not really gonna matter when the difference is this big. It could matter if the difference was lower. I hear this could be an actual close race, but precisely because the difference in speed is so different, it just doesn't happen, you know. It is the way it is. Now we gotta go to pits. See? This time my brain is sure that we're going to pits. So there's 2 more pit stops after this. One at 64 and the other one at 72. Well, the one at 72, it will be nice if I could not do it, but there is no way I can use those orange tires for multiple laps. It just doesn't work that way. You know, sometimes it's kinda hard to imagine how brutal lapping someone is, but basically the car that is on the top of the minimap right now, even if he managed to somehow overtake me, he will need to do it again if he wanted to actually get my position. That's crazy. By this point, I think I would have just forgotten about the pit stop entirely. Well, you certainly won't forget about the pit stop when your tires start acting up, you know? When you realize that you cannot take a corner for shit because the tires are not letting you, you will quickly be like, oh yeah, the pit stop. Don't worry though, the tires cannot burst. What would be the word? I mean, I always forget the word for this shit. Well, the point is that the tires can never break. But at some point the handling is so bad that it will take you forever to even do one corner. So essentially, don't worry, you will remember and you won't lose the race. That's the thing, because if you run out of fuel, you will lose the race, but there is no way you can run out of fuel. So essentially, you're only gonna run out of, you know, grip on your tires, and at that point, even if it's a pain in the ass to drive, you can, you know, still go to pits and fix it, even if it will take you an eternity to even reach the pit stop with red tires. You can still do it. And, you know, with this insane advantage, that wouldn't even be a problem. Because, you know, that's the thing. You could think, oh, you're having this big advantage because you're actually pretty good at the game. But I cannot imagine a car like this being something that most people cannot drive it like this. Because this car is basically the easiest it can possibly be to drive. Which essentially means that obviously you can still struggle with some corners, hit the walls, maybe do a 360, whatever. But the point is that I would imagine that most players are capable of doing this. Which is the reason why I also don't think that doing this championship is that interesting, precisely because I'm not doing anything out of the ordinary. Like, I'm doing essentially the same thing as the average player will do. So, yeah. Well, the problem is that to try it, if you can do this, the issue is that you will have to unlock this car and unlock the extreme events. So unless you download an 100% save file, you're not gonna be able to try this anytime soon, even if you wanted to. But yeah, like, I'm pretty sure that this is something that anyone can do without trouble. So at that point, even if you forget about pitting in, and even if your tires are so red you can barely steer, you have more than enough advantage to not get overtaken during that, you know. But yeah, I personally will not worry. I personally will be fine. I honestly don't know, because the thing is that a lot of times I don't take into account how a lot of people that have never played a game before, how will they interact with it for the first time. And I think the best example is Toho. You know that there are a lot of things in Toho that I take for granted, but a lot of people, when they see me playing Lunatic, even if it's the easiest Toho game you can imagine, they still are like, wow, this guy is in a different level. And I guess it might be, but I think a lot of people, rather than overestimating me, are underestimating themselves. Like, if they actually should play those games, I feel like they will be like, you know, hey, actually this is not that bad. Actually, this wasn't as fucked up as I thought. But it can go both ways, you know. I think there are also games like Osu where you can see as an outsider, and obviously the top players, you can be like, what the fuck, how are these people doing this? A lot of times for lower plays you are like, this isn't that hard to do, until you actually play it and you realize how fucked that play in Osu is. So there are cases like that too, and it might also be the case with Toho, that someone really tries to get into it and they realize that they cannot do what they see other people do. Honestly, that's something that I think is very interesting, but like, seeing the level of play that a lot of people have, because maybe what I'm doing right now might be impressive to some people. I don't know, like, maybe they are seeing me drive this formula and they are like, wow, this guy is a gold, and I'm not really doing anything out of the ordinary. I mean, I would understand if I was using an inferior car and somehow was able to keep up with these guys. It would be more impressive if you slow down less. If I slow down less? You mean if I use less brakes? I wonder how that will go, right? If I just was like, you know, I'm not going fast enough, so I'm gonna stop using the brakes. I really wonder how that will go. Will be pretty interesting. I guess a lot of times I say some people underestimate their own abilities, but I might be underestimating my own abilities. It's just that this is the kind of conversation that is hard to have without sounding like a narcissist sucking his own dick. That's the problem. You know, like it's very hard to talk about this without sounding like the most pretentious asshole possible. But I could say I'm actually good at this game. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to compare me with even. I don't watch people play the games I play, so I don't really have anything to compare with. With Toho, I more or less have people to compare with. Like I see people playing on normal difficulty and struggling the same way I play. I look at people playing Lunatic and basically dodging like it was nothing. So at least with Toho, I more or less know that the spectrum of abilities is very wide. Like some people are very bad, some people are very good, and some people like me are in between. This game, I don't know. I don't think I'm doing anything impressive here. I have no one to compare me with. Well, outside of Kyle. Problem is that Kyle didn't do this. Kyle didn't do the Formula Championship, so he wouldn't know. But I'm pretty sure that he plays this and he will do it in the exact same way I'm doing it. I'm pretty sure the advantages will be the same, the pit stops will be the same, the lap time will be the same. I don't think Kyle will do this very differently than mine. If anything, he probably will do it better, because with what he told me, he did a lot of stuff that I don't think I could do. But yeah, I don't know. You will have to play it first. Alright, so that was the second to last pit stop. Final pit stop is at lap 72. And well, at least we are a lot closer to the end of the race. That's the good news. That's the nice thing. If you wanted to play this the most optimal way though, instead of driving this yourself, what you want to do is the same thing that I did with the 24-hour Nurburgring Endurance, which is basically just let the V-Spec driver to do it for you. The question is if the V-Spec driver is good enough to win this. Because he might not be, at least not at the base level. So at that point, even the V-Spec driver is not gonna save your ass. It will fall asleep the same. Probably, yeah. It most likely will be the case. Yeah. I mean, if you have a level up V-Spec driver, that's what you wanna do. You wanna go for V-Spec for this, because as I say, these are endurances. These are pretty endurances, or at least endurances by video game standards. Obviously, they are not endurances if you compare them to real life, but for video game standards, every single one of the races in this championship is an endurance. At that point, instead of doing them yourself, you will be better off letting the V-Spec driver do it. Whatever. I mean, at least the V-Spec driver was the one that unlocked this car, so I should be very thankful for that. I do wonder what the mileage of my Minolta looks like. That, and I wonder if the oil is also absolutely busted or not. It most likely is. So another interesting piece of information about the 24-hour endurance is that at some point the car, like essentially the car pits in when it detects that the tires are starting to get red. But the thing is that if you make him go, like you know that you can decide if the driver goes slow, kinda slow, normal, fast, or very fast, right? You can tell them to change his pace, and you have 5 levels for that. By default, you are in 3, but the problem is that in 3, most of the times, he will try to enter pits and fail, because he was going so fast, he will spin out and try and struggle and not be able to pit in. By a miracle, he was able to pit in the nets or the 2 nets laps, and he didn't lose because of that. But at some point of the race, I was like, okay, look, there is no way you're gonna lose no matter how slow you go. So I'm gonna make you go the slowest pace possible. And I did that, and it went well. He didn't need my supervision anymore. And I think he didn't even have any accident getting into the pits again. So when you know that you will win no matter what, making the V-Spec driver go for the slowest pace is not a bad idea at all. It's actually a good idea. I recommend it. It worked well for me. The only thing that you cannot forget is to always have overtake enabled. In fact, I don't even know why you wouldn't want to have the overtake option enabled. I guess it's in case you want to follow someone's slipstream, I guess. But it still feels like a weird option to not always be active. Especially in a game like this where the AI actually struggles a lot overtaking, right? So not telling them to overtake is already quite fucked up. Don't worry, Ross. We are getting closer. Only 5 laps to go. Only. Then. If Nurburgring is a track in this championship, how many laps is it gonna have? We already know that 24 hours in an LMP is like close to 200 laps. Well, less than that. It's like 175 or whatever. So if we're talking about an hour and a half race, it should be like 13 laps, probably around that. Well, doing the calculation, maybe not, but the thing is that if we take into account that this car will do a single lap in 6 minutes, which is most likely the lap time you're gonna get, an hour and a half will be, well, it actually will be 15 laps, right? And doing 15 laps in Nurburgring sounds so painful. Well, sounds and most likely feels painful as well, you know. That's the point. God damn it. I cannot imagine Nurburgring not being present in this championship, because we already seen that they don't give a shit if the track is used for Formula or not, because the oval is definitely not used in Formula. So Nurburgring in real life, at least the Nordschleife variant, is not used in Formula at all, obviously, but here I'm pretty sure it will be used. So yeah, I expect that and Le Mans. Also, you know that my prediction about this being an hour and 30 something minutes was wrong. It's actually gonna be Wasabi's prediction. of being 100 minutes. I really thought it was gonna be around this time, but no, it will be 100 minutes actually. Good call. It will most likely be exactly 100 minutes. Because there are 3 laps remaining, plus a pit stop. So, yeah. Maybe it will be slightly less than 100 minutes, but it will be extremely close. All pit stopping. I will do that on the next lap, don't worry. Reminds me that I got a Formula game on the 3DS, wonder how shit it is. Hey, maybe you will be surprised and it's a good game, you know? You never know. F2013 or some shit. I don't know, I will have faith on it. I don't think it will be that bad, right? It will be fine, surely. Surely it should be fine. Right? I don't see why not. I believe that after so many laps I still do some of these corners badly. You will think that at this point I will have fully incorporated the entirety of the track, but no. No, basically no. I guess no. It's just no. Whatever. This is the final pit stop. And in 2 more laps is gonna be the final lap, so that's how it will be. Onto the pits we go. Yeah, well, it feels a little bit of a waste to go to pits with only 2 laps remaining, but I can guarantee you that the alternative, which will be doing the final lap with red tires, will be way worse. I can guarantee you that, without a doubt. Alright. You will dream with the Formula noises? Yeah, most likely. The other controversial stuff was Visa and MasterCard banning everything. Well, yeah, but that's something that started happening a long time ago, so... The card sounds like, yeah, it kinda does. No, but I mean, that's something I already told a long time ago, and basically saying, how is it possible that a private company has so much power over others? It's like, might as well be a de facto government at that point. But yeah, it's whatever. I mean, it's not whatever. I hate them and I hope they go bankrupt, but the point is that there's not much you can do. Well, as it always is the case with things like that, you know. There's not much you can do at all. Alright. Final lap. Actual final lap. Can you believe that? I can barely believe that. Yeah, it's what I say. I personally am not affected by any of the games they remove, but even then, it's something that they could easily do that at some point. They could easily start affecting a game that I do care about, so Even if it is not affecting any game I care about now, I still don't like it, obviously. They come for my furras. I know, right? Alright. It might be hard to believe, but this New York race is over. It's over. Damn, that was very fucking long. It was 98.5 minutes. It could have been worse. Well, no. It could have been worse, but it was kinda shitty. So yeah, it was bad enough. So, I'm out of here. I don't know when I'm gonna do the remaining, well, when I'm gonna continue with the remaining races, but I can tell you that for now, like tomorrow, I'm not planning on streaming this. I'm planning on streaming Majora's Mask, assuming there are no technical difficulties. I wanna play that. And this, I have no idea when I'm gonna continue it, so for the time being, wait, you can save in home? I mean, there is no reason to, but might as well, just to add a layer of protection, right? Just save in home and that's it, but yeah. Thanks everyone a lot for watching, and I'll be seeing you on the next stream, not with this, so yeah, have a good one and take care.